Good morning, traders. Today is Friday, September 10th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, so interesting evening last night for the market. Basically, yesterday was a really funky day for the market. It seemed like in the overnight, the previous night, the night before last, that when we bounced off of that 20 moving average, at first it began to seem like that was good support, that had brought in some stronger hand buyers. The market started to trade up here. It was trending higher into the C period, and then it pulled back down and was balancing around in the same area from the day before. So that was kind of like a sign that it wasn't sure it was ready to push higher or not, but it wasn't necessarily bearish. At the time, the value was overlapping to higher. I mean, it ended overlapping to higher, but basically it was sending a lot of signals to us that it was building support for another push higher. Then, of course, some news came out from the Fed where they talked about potential taper, and the world fell apart and the market crashed back down, and then it just rotated at lower prices. Okay. So last night when we left, it was kind of a tricky moment to try to figure out what is the market trying to do now. As you can see, the value area completely engulfed the previous 2 days value areas. So that's a sign of rotation and a sign of uncertainty. But we didn't have enough selling to take us back down to that daily 20 moving average, which is what you would have expected the market to need to do. So it was very bizarre, essentially, what was happening later in the afternoon yesterday. There was a lot of uncertainty in the market, and there wasn't a lot of volume trading either. Okay, so what happened in the overnight? Well, the overnight opened down here at about 93. Okay, it traded back down into that 20 moving average once again on the daily. Okay, right there. And once again, it found support and then pushed higher. So the overnight for last night literally traded, I mean, just look at it. Visually, you can see it literally looks almost exactly the same as the previous overnight's range. So again, this is just further sign to me of uncertainty, right? The market, if it had felt really good about having found support once again at that 20 moving average, it should have just trended higher and we should have opened up in this range. But once again, we are stuck back in this same area that we've been stuck for days. Okay. And the market's just too afraid to try to push higher just yet, but it doesn't seem to need to pull much lower either. So it's stuck in this very bizarre range. Okay. So today is Friday. Wherever the market moves today, it will mean that it has more influence because the people that are going to be carrying positions overnight are carrying them throughout the weekend. So what are we watching for this morning? Well, first things first, we're opening inside the previous day's range, inside the previous day's value area. So we're expecting chop. Also, the overnight inventory is almost entirely net long. So we are expecting some kind of counter auction to the downside at the open here. So where that counter auction finds support could tell us a lot about what the market is trying to do. Obviously, tons of volume and tons of time have been spent in this area. 2 days ago, 2 nights ago, yesterday, and the overnight. All of them. POCs here, tons of volume in all of them. Okay? So breaking out of this area will be very, very important for the market. So again, we're expecting a counter auction. There's the opening bell. We're expecting a counter auction to the downside. So can it find support in this area? Can these nodes of volume from the last few days and nights act as support when the market pulls back down? Okay, if so, that would be bullish for it to try to break out to the upside. Okay, the weak reference from yesterday is repaired. Okay, the market pushing higher up in here would also be bullish if it can stay up in this area. But I do expect we're going to get a counter auction, so I assume we'll get somewhat of a pullback here. And when that happens, we're looking for support in this general area. There's not an exact level I can give you because we've spent so much time trading in here. But anywhere around in here should find support. If so, we can look to continue higher. If it fails, it could mean that the regular trading hours needs to go test that 20 daily moving average. Right? That's the problem, is that both times we tested this average, we did it in the overnight market. Okay? It would be much stronger signal if we did it during the regular trading hours. So that may be what the market needs to do today, is come down here and test this once more. We'll get that signal if we start to fall below this area here. Call it like 08. Okay, falling below there increases the odds it needs to trade back down and find that 20 moving average again. We also left a poor low behind yesterday, which is in need of repair. Okay, internals opening very bullish, but as to be expected, with the overnight inventory being 100% net long, or pretty close to. One thing that can give you a bit of clarity, one thing we talk about on this channel a lot is the idea that price is just an advertising mechanism, right? The market grinds up and down and it flies all over the place and creates all this volatility just to get us to take trades. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the overall value of the market has changed much. One thing that's jumping out to me this morning is not only the POCs that are all lining up together, opening price from 2 days ago, opening price from yesterday, opening price from today. So this area has really been the fair place to do business over the last few days. Yet, step back and look. At the amount of volatility, right? Price has taken us all over the place over the last few days. But really, the market hasn't gone anywhere. It keeps spending most of its time right in here. So that's a very interesting thing to note, that all of this is just a trick to get you to participate. So far, the market's really going nowhere. Good morning, RK Leon. Good to see you. Real swashbucklers, hit the like button. Please do smash that like button. I tell you guys what, if we can get above 50 likes by the end of the hour, I'll stick with the live stream here on YouTube for the rest of the day. Won't switch to the private stream. But you guys got to earn it. It costs nothing to push that like button. Raj is here. Good morning to you. Malcolm, anyone taking bets? I made it today. I made it to the right stream. Mark, don't know what you mean when you said craziness when you were out for breakfast. Do tell. Sanju, good morning to you. RK said something and then retracted it. Who knows what he said? I don't know. Tom, good morning to you. TV's back with us. Good to see you. Okay, so here's that chop we expected, right? Opening inside the previous day's range. Lots of support in all this volume that we've had over the last few days here. So I can't give you an exact level of where the market will find support, but it should be somewhere in here. Again, breaking below that level could lead to further downside continuation. Jose, good to see you. Good morning. Arthur, welcome. Good to see you. Brian, thought we were going to test those 4480s next week. Yeah, it's very interesting if you watch the way the overnight traded. I mean, it did a great job right on that 20 moving average last night. I peeked in and watched it a few times. It found support the way it should. It didn't bounce exactly off of it like it did the night before. It grinded through it a few times, giving traders a chance to really buy each time that it dipped down. So if that had been during the regular trading hours, I would have thought that was a very healthy bounce. But of course, I never trust those overnight traders. They got them weak hands. Design Knob, good morning to you. And all the scallywags. Man, up to 47 likes. We almost made it. All right. We have just shy of an hour to get 3 more. Ronald, good morning to you. Amir, good to see you. Welcome. River Rock back with us. Good morning. RK, it was horrible. Oh, the humanity. I don't know what I said that triggered that. Mark, lots of people frantically bustling about. Where do you live, Mark? The people were frantically bustling about. Harry, can we look at NQ for some support? Absolutely. NQ looks much healthier to me than the ES. Okay, we've been talking about this. But to me, this is just a very large balancing area. And so whilst the ES broke its lows and is now trading below that balancing area, the NQ just kind of looked below, failed, and now seems like it's on its rotation back up to the opposite end of balance. So that looks much healthier to me than the ES. Okay. Same as the ES, overnight inventory is almost entirely net long. So we would expect a counter auction, but instead they're pushing straight up. So support is going to be the node of volume right here. Pretty much same as ES. Where yesterday spent the most time, put in the most volume, and the overnight put in a bunch of volume there. So I would call that 15,622. Or anywhere just above it. That area breaking could lead to further downside continuation. Back to the ES. Okay, so right here we can see they're already starting to put in volume and do battle right in this area that I mentioned. This is the support. If they can't hold this and they start trading down lower again, they're likely to need to test some lower levels. Acceptable taper at the low, but not great. Arcalion, I still don't know what you're referencing. You're permanently scarred. No longer the same woman. Changed forever. What happened to you? Donkey short at the top, and pen paper handed it around 13. Yeah, no, that was just that little first push that we had. That was just, FOMO. People wake up, they see the market is so much higher than it closed yesterday, and they get super FOMO-ish. But we knew we needed a counter auction. Starting my day with strong coffee and regret. If I wrote a book that's about my life, that would be the title. Oh, Mark's in Austin. Okay. Fausto, good morning to you. Philip, when do I switch to the Z contract? It's a great question. Probably tomorrow. If somebody in the chat wants to look and see which contract has more volume, if the Z contract has more volume, I'll switch today. But if not, I'll wait till tomorrow. Or actually, was the rollover was yesterday, so I should switch today. Good point. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, it was the retracted comments. Gotcha. All right, the consensus seems to be Z. Let's make the switch. Now, the thing that's going to happen is because these contracts aren't always perfectly aligned with price, sometimes like support and resistance levels don't quite line up. So, for example, like the poor low from yesterday might not perfectly line up once I switch. But that's okay. We just start to fix it as we go. See, so where the poor low was on the September contracts, it's like 8 points off. So stuff like that does happen. It can be a bit funky, but that's okay. All that matters is that we're taking trades on the same chart that we're watching the market on. Yeah, so as far as for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about with these different contracts, so the contracts, a new contract comes like every 3 months, so you got to roll over from one to the next. Um, but it's not like it happens instantaneously. There's still going to be people trading both contracts right now. It usually takes like about a week or so for people to fully switch over. So all that matters is what you're looking at is what you're trading in terms of the price, because the numbers don't perfectly correspond. Sometimes they're a little bit off from each other, but the market moves in tandem, right? So if one contract pulls down, the other contract will pull down the same number of points, and so on and so forth, because of arbitrage. Okay, well, this is feeling bearish to me. Let's see what the internals are doing. They're holding up above the zero line for now. But as I said, to me, if we spent so much time and put in so much volume over the last few days in here, and that couldn't hold a support this morning, it probably means we need to repair the low from yesterday, which on this contract would actually be down here. Yep, getting some differences of opinion here in the chat about when to switch to which contract. But like I said, to each their own. It doesn't actually matter, right? None of us are trading, thousands of contracts at a time. So there's plenty of liquidity on either chart. Just pick the one you want to trade and start trading it. Don't overthink it. Design knob NQ pushing to new highs. Where's my data? Well, that's very strange. I don't know why this isn't working. Oh, well, sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. My NQ thing just totally messed up. It's not loading now. I'll have to figure it out later. Can't do it during the live stream. All right, so we're continuing to sell here. We're testing that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. Remember, there's a lot of bots, I think, that buy in right here. So that should offer some short-term support, but if it breaks right through, continues to be bearish. Again, first target is repairing the poor low, and then the 20 moving average on the daily candle. So we're getting right down there in it. Looks like it's at about 84. On this contract, I have it at 75.50. Jesus. Okay, market continuing to sell here. Lots of thin volume. Only 100 contracts here. 200 up in here. That's all likely to need backfilling at some point. And it does seem like that 20 is holding as support at the moment. Donkey says, punching the air right now for cutting my short. Yeah, there's definitely some funky stuff happening with my software this morning. Probably has to do with the update. Jang asking, is the target 44.50 to the downside? That's pretty far. Like I said, once the regular trading hours gets in here and starts to test this 20 moving average, there should be good support in there. 44.50 would be like totally breaking that and heading towards the 50 daily. So I don't know that we're ready for that quite yet. Rob, since we roll over, guess we lost all our lines of poor and weak balance. I'm not sure what you mean by poor and weak balance, but yeah, the specific price points of the levels would be different. But like I said, a poor low yesterday is a poor low on both charts. It's just they were at different places. But the contracts are moving in tandem with another. So if the market moves up 1 point, it moves up 1 point on both charts simultaneously. If it moves down 1 point, it moves simultaneously. There's so much arbitrage happening that's guaranteed. Trading Donkey, does anyone else think that the Fed members should be barred from trading securities? I love that idea. I think elected officials as well. You know, if you have the power to make decisions that move the market, you shouldn't also be allowed to bet on it. But of course, you can never stop that, right? Because even if a member of Congress or whatever, the president, anyone, even if they weren't taking trades, they can always pick up the phone and call a friend and say, hey, guess what? I'm about to drop some news. So corruption is corruption. It's not going anywhere. Less fuel. ES may find support here. Definitely could. I mean, you're right on that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles, so that's a common support area. And you are right into this node of volume where the market found support yesterday. But again, to me, if it couldn't hold up here in this area, that is a signal that it needs a larger pullback. And this is not a larger pullback. Getting below yesterday's low, repairing that poor low, that would be a larger pullback. And then you got that daily right there. So in this area is where the big boys will start putting their orders. I'm so sorry, guys, that my software is struggling so hard today. Zeb is saying they sold yesterday exactly at 2/3 retracement, and they sold today exactly at 50% retracement. If that pattern plays out, then I would target 44.50. Might not be today, though. Yeah, I mean, the way I always look at the longer term charts here is if you just go back and look at what happens, generally, if that 20 breaks, we go to the 50. Okay, let me go back to the... Okay, so you can see when the 20 breaks, you go down to the 50 to test the 50 next day. Like no hesitation, down to the 50, right? 20 holds, 20 holds, 20 breaks. 2 days later, you're at the 50, right? Then you find support. 20's resistance. 2 days later, you're back at the 50. 20 breaks. Next day, you're at the 50. You spend less than a day below it, pull back up. 20 breaks, same day, you're at the 50. 20 breaks, next day, you're at the 50, right? So there's definitely a pattern to this. When that 20 moving average breaks, there's not a lot of incentive to buy in the middle of that area. The market just, it's like all fear and panic at that moment, and it just falls straight down until the stronger hands buyers step in. Yeah, Trading Donkey, that's an idea. Or why not just no Fed at all? Why not just let the market be free? Yeah, you'll get crazy, terrible events like the Great Depression and stuff like that, because of course people will over speculate and then they'll destroy themselves. But at least it's a free market, Any attempt to control and manipulate the market is going to have problems. Somebody's going to have the power to make those decisions, like inevitably. So. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, good call. Yeah, no, I'm bearish. Sorry. Didn't even think about that. But I'm not like bearish in like a huge way. Like I said, I think as soon as we repair yesterday's low, we'll start to bring in support. And then we got that daily moving average just below us. So I'm not like bearish like I think we're going to sell off the rest of the day. Just for the moment until we find that support. A lot of this right here, of this fall that we've had, is all these longs from the overnight just getting squeezed out. Trading Donkey, what's up with the TPOs? Yeah, it must be the new update. They just updated the software yesterday. And there must be a glitch in it because it's like processing the data extremely slowly. So I'm hoping if I just leave it for like another 5-10 minutes, it'll catch up. But yeah, it's whack. When I tried to change that NQ symbol, it like caused the whole thing to freeze up. So that's not the data feed. That's the problem. It's the software. It's Window Trader. My internet's working great. I've got a super fast connection. So something's glitchy with the update in Window Trader. Side worker, I have a difficult question for you. If I paper trade, I'm super relaxed. But then when I play with real money, there's always a difficult feeling, not positive, so a negative feeling. And it isn't a contract size question. So what you're saying is even if you're trading one single MES contract, it's still, you still have too much negative emotion. That is a difficult question, and unfortunately, the answer is not one you're going to like hearing. That probably trading's not right for you. If trading the smallest possible size you can is still too much pressure, then probably you just don't have the risk aversion to be a trader. You could look at being more of a long-term investor. So, buy like SPY as opposed to buying the futures contracts. Which would have much less volatility because in P&L, I mean, much less volatility because there's not leverage built into it. And also take your trades over a longer term basis. Don't try to be a day trader. Day trading is the most stressful form of trading. It's the scariest. So if you slow down and you try to become a swing trader, look for a trade that you could enter and hold for weeks at a time. You can be much more calm and relaxed about finding your entries and so on and so forth. Okay, so poor low on top of a poor low. Those are definitely weak hands buyers down there. So yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate reality. If when you're risking real money, the fear and the panic is always there and you can't overcome it, then probably it's just not the right pursuit for you. Not really negative. Stop. No pressure. Mom, I describe. It's more of a feeling that I want to trade and can't wait to trade. Huh. So it's like an impatience thing. So you're patient when you're trading paper, but then when you're trading with your real money, you just like have to jump into trades? That's FOMO. Yeah, I mean, that's just, you just got to practice. You just got to learn that discipline. You know what I mean? You have to force yourself to wait. You have to force yourself to sit on your hands. Even if you physically have to actually sit on your hands, like make yourself wait until you see the good trade, until you see the high probability opportunity. Yeah, great advice. Meditation helps. All right, that poor low is now repaired. But they just keep selling these contracts. Just keep selling today. Ooh. So side worker, let's take an example, right? Like what would get you in, what kind of a setup would get you into the trade? Let's just give me one idea of a thing that would get you into a trade. Like, have you taken a trade this morning? What was it that got you into the trade? Omega-3 fatty acids also good. Omega-3 is good for FOMO. Well, damn, donkey. Yes, I worker. I don't have any philosophical answer for you. I'm sorry. I mean, what you're talking about, that need to enter positions when you're trading with live money, that's an extremely common thing. We all feel that. You know, it's just like you want to make money, right? Like you've been doing great on paper, so you know you can make money. So as soon as you're ready to actually start trying to risk capital and making real profits, you're so eager to do it. You're so excited. I mean, that's FOMO. That's what everyone feels every day. And the only way, you know, and there's so many strategies, but the only way to really do it is to just learn to stop doing it. You know, you could journal, you could start keeping track of your trades. And when it's an emotional trade that you just kind of jump into, mark that in your journal and then look at over time how many of those trades work out. And then maybe that knowledge will help you to restrain yourself. I don't really know. I mean, it's something you got to kind of work on, but I don't have a philosophical thing to make your mind click. Dev says he's new to Market Profile, looking for some suggestions for materials for learning. Absolutely. So the number one thing I always recommend is Jim Dalton's book, Markets in Profile. You can just Google it, Jim Dalton, or I guess James Dalton, Markets in Profile. He also teaches courses if you've got some money to spend at jimdaltontrading.com. That's who I learned from. Also, there's a guy on YouTube named Peter Resnicek. The YouTube channel is called Shadow Trader. And he puts out these like weekly videos every Friday. And he often talks about Market Profile in there. But that's not really a great like educational source. You got to kind of watch them for like months and months and months to pick up all the nuances. So yeah, Jim Dalton's book is a great starting point. Markets in Profile. Okay, well, finally the TPOs caught up with price. Okay, so value area is overlapping to lower today. That is a sign of either rotation or further pullback. Still nothing on the NQ, huh? Yeah, so Sideworker, what you're saying there of like you shorted today and you were able to just kind of sit back and let it go. Whereas if it was real money, you would have taken your profits right away because you just wanted to like have your profits and you were too scared to lose what you'd made. Again, totally normal, man. That's what I struggle with that too. Still to this day, I struggle with letting my runners go and taking my profits too quick. You just get better and better over time. Every time it happens, just remind yourself, damn it, I cut that too early because I got emotional. I'm not going to do that the next time. And then when it happens again, just damn it, I cut it too early because I got emotional. I'm not going to let that happen next time. And over time, you just get better and better at the skill. Thank you. You are a nice guy. I appreciate that. The world's full of assholes. We don't need any more. Okay, so we did repair the poor low, and we have good taper at the low here. We also have a potential bounce in the ticks, but they are still trending down. So it's a little too early to say that this is the low. Let's look for resistance as we push our way back up into this node from yesterday. So it'll start right about here at 87, all the way up to like the base of where the B period single prints start here. 88, looking for resistance in here. Yeah, site worker, the sim is always going to be a different feeling. Betting your real money will always have an emotional effect that sim won't. So the sim account is for learning a strategy, right? The sim account is where you learn you should go short this morning, right? For example, on the counter auction to the downside, right? On the failure to find support in this area, right? So you learn that first. Okay, I'm expecting a pullback because the overnight inventory was 100% net long. I'm expecting this area to hold as support because we've spent so much time and put in so much volume here. So, okay, now we're getting that counter auction. That breaks. Cool, I want to go short. That's what the sim account is for, is learning how to enter the trade. But then once you know how to enter the trade, you have to switch to real money to then begin the process of learning your psychology and learning how to overcome those things. So if you're good with the sim account, it's time to switch back to the real money and work on those strategies. Absolutely. Robert, that's what so many people don't understand. Like a lot of people hate on paper trading because they're like, oh, well, it doesn't count. You're not really learning anything because you're not doing the psychology. No, it's two separate things. First, you have to learn to read the market and learn how to enter trades. Then you work on the psychology. And the psychology is the harder part. That's the part that takes much longer. And it never really ends. That's the sad part. You got to continue to learn and grow and develop every day. The better you get at recognizing the mistakes you make, the more you learn from them, the more new insights you have. That's just kind of how it goes. But that's like that with everything, not just trading. Yeah, see, site worker, that last comment is confusing to me. I traded sim today because it went too good for me last days. So I switched to sim today to get a bit down. I know me. So you're saying you had a couple of good days in the market where you made profits, and so you switched to a sim. But actually, this is your moment to be exercising and growing your skills as a trader, right? So you should be, if you've had a couple of good days, great. Use that money as risk capital to take trades today and to keep working on that skill. Don't switch back to the sim where now you're fucking with your psychology again. I always think when I have a good day of trading, I always think about it like that money that I made today is money that I can risk in the future, right? It's like that I made this money so that I could try new things in the future to get better as a trader. Mark, yeah, talking about Jim Dalton says the more you learn about the market, the less psychological issues you have, but they will never eliminate psychological issues. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's definitely so many little things that, like, once I learned them, they massively changed my psychology right out the gate. So, for example, opening inside the previous day's range often leads to chop. For years, I used to get chewed up in the chop first thing in the morning. And so just learning that one simple thing, that if we're opening inside the previous day's range, I just need to sit back and wait and give the market time. That one thing alone had a massive psychological improvement on me. The other one is liquidation breaks. Like I used to go nuts when the market would do that, when it'd be like rotating all day and then it'd have a massive pullback and then instantly push back up. I'd be screaming at my computer screen. What are you doing? Wow, this doesn't make any sense. I'd get so angry and so upset about it. But now that I know that's a normal thing that happens all the time and I understand how to read it, when a liquidation break starts happening, I get excited. I'm like, ooh, nice, a liquidation break. Like here's an opportunity to make some money. So yeah, there is certainly an amount of, once you get to understand the market, it takes away psychology, but yeah, it never ever goes away. Even Jim Dalton still talks about succumbing to all the same psychological issues the rest of us do. RK, that's very interesting. An automatic weekly withdrawal from the trading account. Yeah, I mean, of course, you'd have to have very consistent profits to be able to do that, which I assume you do. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Yeah, Mark. And Dalton also talks about adding to losers, right? That's one of his big psychological difficulties is when a trade goes against him, his instinct is to add more to it, but it never works out in his favor, yet he always has that instinct. Okay, so the question is right now, I'm always asking myself the question, what is the market trying to do and how good of a job is it doing of it? So the question is this a good low? What are we going to look at? What's the market generated information we can look at here to ask ourselves if this is a good low, meaning it'll hold? Well, we got good excess below yesterday's low. We got a couple of ticks below there. So that makes it good. We have good taper at the low. So that makes it good. And we're building our support just above it here. So that's good. But then I look at the internals, right? They're trending down on all the internals. And so that tells me that there are still sellers climbing into this market slowly but surely. And if they're climbing in here, they're obviously not thinking they're going to stop right here. They're probably looking to push down further. So the market's trying to find support here. It's trying to make this the low, but it's not doing a very good job of it. Going to print the C period in 2 minutes. So from that point, we can focus on one time framing. Does the C period high stay below the B period high? If so, the market's likely to continue trading lower. But if it gets above that B period high by just 2 ticks, well, then we can assume that this is a good low. The market found support here. And we're probably going to start trading in this range where we were trading the last few days, right? So market gets up to here, we know we're going to start grinding around in this area. So right now it's just a patience game. Definitely some weird glitches in the software, window trader. They just basically bailed on my A period for the NASDAQ. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, so the one-time framing lower continues. And we're about to go test that daily moving average. So the market remains bearish and it is trending lower. Okay, well, depending on which chart you're looking at for the ES, it's starting to break through that 20. This is the continuous contract. Let me go in and look at the December contract. December's just pushing up against it now. Donkey's fighting the one time framing. I would go long here on a swing trade. But I'd have to accept as a swing trader that we could pull down to the 50. So go in with like one contract here and be willing to accept all the risk of it coming down to here. Whoops. Adding to it there at the 50. And then I'd have to accept risk based on time, not price. Because we know it hasn't for a very, very, very long time. It hasn't spent more than 2 days below the 50. So I'd have to just accept that it might pull down to here. But as long as it doesn't spend more than 2 days below, I stay in the trade and wait for that pullback. But that's the difference between being a swing trader. You must accept a lot more risk. So remember, this is the area where the stronger hands buyers are going to start buying this up, right? All the panic when we broke that low that we were holding, that's short-term traders. Now the stronger hand, longer-term traders are starting to lick their lips. One contract at the low. That's weak. Yeah, Donkey, I can get behind entering the trade because it's the 20 daily, but not because of the one-time framing. That, what you're talking about, normally happens in the B period. We normally trend one way for the B period and then reverse. I know yesterday was the C period, but that's very rare. Yesterday was a very funky day. Normally, if we're going to reverse and head the other way, it happens at the end of the B period. But it's a perfectly good buy as the 20 daily. It's very strong support. As you can see, the buyers started to step in there. They were like, okay, we're a little more comfortable buying this. Chang? Yeah, I'm on the Z now. I'm on Zizzle, my shizzle. I'm so sorry I just said that. Please, everybody pretend I didn't just say that. I'm on Zizzle, my shizzle. Jitting, they're not going to leave that one contract down there? Probably not. That's pretty weak. It's good taper otherwise. Okay, once again, NQ looks so much healthier than the ES. Still just looks like we haven't even broke the lower end of balance. All right, I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee. Back in a couple minutes. Hopefully the market doesn't fall apart while I'm away. It does to me feel like what's happening here is the shorter term traders are selling into the stronger hand buyers at the 20. So we may find support here. But anyway, back in 2 minutes. Okay, well, it feels like the trend remains intact here. Couldn't get those ticks to stay above the zero line. Oh, looks like it did dip a little lower. We've more than one contract at the low. But there are buyers stepping in here. Obviously, the big fear is, as I've mentioned before, looking back at the charts, is that often when it breaks that 20, it goes straight down to that 50. It takes no time. It just goes boom, and it falls like a brick over and over again. So that's kind of what's happening here. We're in that pivotal moment where it's like, if this 20 can't hold, then you start to get real fear and panic. But that break has not happened yet. That fear and panic moment has not set in here. So there's still buyers trying to defend this 20 daily moving average. $82 people watching. Please smash that like button. Let YouTube know they could send us 100 people. You can do it, YouTube. If anybody here is not a member of the Brigade and is new to the channel, feel free to ask questions if you're wondering what you're looking at. I know on the screen it looks a bit like the Matrix. It can be confusing. So if you've got questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, Donkey, my guess is those going short here are the shorter term traders. So they can be squeezed if price can pull back above even 84. Get back above this node right here. They'll get squeezed out. The question is there enough buyers willing to defend this area? Yeah, I actually just watched the trailer for Matrix 4 last night, or the teaser trailer. It looks so good. It's the first movie I've been like really excited for in a while. You think it looks bad? I think it looks great. It just looks like another Matrix movie, which you should know I was a huge fan of the first ones. Even though people hated the second and third, I loved them. I thought they were great. Got to break 78.75. Well, that level doesn't stand out to me as much. But the question now I'm looking at is those ticks. They were able to recover. They were able to push their way back above the zero line. So can they stay up here? If so, like I said, you get above this node and you'll definitely squeeze the shorts that were piling in here. And you'll get back to the base of the single prints. But you guys know me. As long as the market's one time framing lower, I don't go long. At least not on a day trade. Oh boy. Here comes the fear and the panic when you break the 20 daily. Everyone sees where the market goes next and they get really scared. Yeah, the new Morpheus was a bit of a disappointment. That one, but like you say, the color difference didn't bother me at all. Remember, they made those movies back in like 2000, man. Technology, those were cutting edge technology back in the day. They looked fucking sick at the time. But yeah, I loved all the callbacks because I'm obsessed with the movie. Something has changed. Yeah, like I said, I still think this is just short-term traders selling into longer-term traders. Ticks haven't even gotten down that far, that bearish. Yeah, Mark. Somebody's at work here. Somebody is piling on. Don't know who. Don't know why. Partha, I wouldn't get upset about that. That's your stops. I assume you had your stops like layered in here. That's fine. That's good. That was a good place to put your stops. So if they squeeze you out, it's okay. That's just the market doing what it do. You can always re-enter that long. But I wouldn't sweat getting stopped out on that crazy pullback. That was the type of thing where you should get stopped out. I don't see 4450 as being the base of the trend line. I see it as being down at like 26. So pretty much at this point, obviously what the bulls are hoping for is one of these, that we're just going to wick below the 20 but then pull back above it. So by the close of the day, getting back above it. But if not, you're going to get one of these. So there's a lot of pressure on the market right here at these levels. Either it recovers here today or we've got further downside continuation ahead. It's the Fed. Did they did they just say something? Did Jerome say something? What did Papa Jerome say? Did he sneeze taper? No, I don't think this has anything to do with the rollover. So, of course, leaving these single prints behind in the C period increases the odds that we're going to backfill them, but there'll be some resistance right there at the base. Ooh, the ticks are starting to trend higher. Buyers are stepping in. Can they hold it? Gotta wait and see. Mark, your system has sent a buy signal at this level every time we've come to it. Or maybe it is, right? I don't know how your system calculates when to buy or sell, but getting the signal over and over again every time we rotate back above that 20, maybe I don't know, maybe that's a bullish thing. Could be. It just hasn't worked yet. Ronald, if you have enough to risk and to hold through the chop, yeah, that's the downside to this kind of volatility, is that it wipes out a lot of traders because they have to have tight stops. But I mean, I don't even know how. If I went long on the 20 as a day trade, I wouldn't have had my stop lower than this. Like, I would have had my stop up here. So you'd have to have a really wide stop. And if it's a day trade with that wide of a stop, that's just a bad trade, risk reward wise, against the trend. Took the loss. Do you track how often when you take a trade against the trend, how often it ends up being a loser? Seems like it's probably like 50-50. Intuition trades. It's tricky, man. Sometimes those are my best trades. And I know I shouldn't do them. I know I should always just go by the market generated information. But sometimes I'm like, ooh, this just feels like it's going to find support. And then it ends up being a great trade. And then that fucks with me because then I teach myself a bad lesson. Well, the buyers are losing. This one would have been extremely hard to take, but another swing trade would have been shorting the upper trend line. Would have been very difficult to stay in that trade over last week. But shorting that trend line with a target to the opposite end of balance, to the opposite end of the channel, would have been a good swing trade. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Yeah, definitely design knob. There's a huge difference between trading purely off of patterns, where like you look at a different stock every day and you just see what pattern it is, as opposed to trading one indice and becoming like an expert on it. It's a totally different way to trade. Both can be profitable, but definitely very different mentalities. Yeah, but design knob, the difference is you find better like opportunities, right? If you find that one random stock that's about to break out or whatever, you can make 20-30% in a day off of a single trade. Or not in a day, but you know what I mean. Like you can there's a much bigger opportunities when you trade those individual plays like that. But like you say, you're not an expert in whatever you're trading. You're an expert in reading the chart, no matter what the chart is for. Boom, boom, boom. Ronald, at 11:10 a.m., there's enough attention here to recover back to 82. I don't know what you mean by attention, but yeah, certainly they can get back up there. Again, I would say if the market recovers, right, if the market pushes back up into yesterday's range, what will have happened, we don't know yet right now, but what we will know then is that this move was short-term traders panicking into stronger hands traders buying it up. But we just don't know yet. But that's like an extremely like that wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what was happening. Design knob or my bonsais with me? No, I left them in Wisconsin with me, ma. I'm only going to bring like one or two back when I come back next week just because I don't have room for them here. Ronald, I always feel like time is a factor. Yeah, I just don't look at like specific times of day. You know what I mean? It's more like the amount of time that you spend in a certain area. Oh, design knob. Thank you for the heads up. I'll write that down. So for those of you that are new to the channel, when I'm looking at the market internals here, these two at the bottom left and center are the ticks. The ticks to the left is for the NYSE, and to the right it's for the NASDAQ. So that's the buying and selling of individual shares on the actual exchange. And it just shows us, are more people buying or selling those individual shares? And what I look for is two things. I look for, one, is it above or below the zero line? Right? Pretty simplistically, if it's above, there's more buyers. If it's below, there's more sellers. And then the other thing that I watch for is a trend in the ticks. So if it's a trend down, looking for lower highs. If it's a trend up, looking for higher lows. And that often gives me a signal that there is a momentum shift happening in the market, that more and more buyers are starting to step in. So right now, that is extremely difficult to read because we are both trending higher and trending lower. And we're basically just stuck right on that zero line. But if we get a big candle that breaks to the upside, a big green candle, or a big red candle that breaks to the downside, that will be an indication of where the market's likely to move. Mario, downtrend. If you're talking about in the market, yeah, clearly a downtrend. If you're talking about in the ticks, it's uncertain, right? Because we're making lower highs, and we're making higher lows. So essentially, whichever of those two gets broken first, market breaks lower, market breaks higher, that's likely to be where it goes. Okay. There is also always door C, which is just rotation. And we just keep grinding around. But being such a pivotal level, that 20 daily moving average, I don't think we're going to spend the day grinding on it. I think we're going to push away one direction or another. Yeah, well, Donkey, the red banner's been on there the whole day. They would have had to have bought the dip in the A period. Yep, getting close. And just remember what the daily looks like. As I've mentioned over and over, if we don't pull back above this 20 by the end of the day today, it's very high probability in the next day or two we'll be down there at that 50. So there's a lot of pressure on this support. Mark, you've said last chance here like 8 times today. I love it. There's nothing wrong with going flat and then re-entering along once you've worked your way through this resistance. You know, if it's going to rotate back up, there's plenty of money to be made going from here to here. You don't have to enter right at the you know, the uncertain zone. You also shouldn't fight one time framing, but that's just my system. Apple down $2. $2 whole dollars? Oh no. Let's go take a look at the fangs on the daily. Yeah, Apple looks like it's heading to its 50. Good support there. Lots of good support right around there. Amazon looks strong. Facebook looks great. Jesus. Well, no wonder the NASDAQ is looking so good these days. Microsoft breaking its 20. Yeah, all of these are just like rotational at higher prices. Shadow is marked 44.65 as a poor low. You mean from 826? Okay, still holding up that trend in the ticks. Working their way back above the zero line. Yeah, Mario, the way I look at it is that we either reverse here. We either bring in support at this level and then start heading back up, or we're going to have continued selling for the rest of the day. The only real market generated information I have to give me a clue is those ticks, is that trend up in those ticks. If it can continue to hold these higher lows, then we can bring in enough buyers here to push back up. But if we get that one big red tick that breaks it, I think we continue to trend lower for hours and hours, all the way through lunch. Also printing that E period in 4 minutes so we can watch the one-time framing at the D period high. Yeah, I definitely think it's too early to make predictions about a rip up at the end of the day. We have miles and miles to go before we sleep. And again, I'll just keep repeating myself over and over again that when this 20 moving average breaks, the market goes straight down. Look, every time it goes straight down. So if they can't get it back above there soon, I just think we keep pushing lower all day long. If you don't trust me, just look at the data. Look at what happens. Go back in the chart over and over again. You can go back years and just look what happens. When that 20 breaks, man, you go straight down to the 50. Over and over again. Doesn't mean we'll get there today, but it just means we'll begin the journey today. All right, poor low. So we should get a little bit of a push away from the poor low. And we pulled the POC lower, which is a little bit bearish. Still holding up them ticks, though. Still waiting for that big red tick. Okay, so value's still overlapping to lower, but if we stay down here, we'll make it completely lower. Overlapping to lower just means potential sideways or further down, but getting completely lower is bearish. Well, tis learning a lesson in profits is always better than learning a lesson in losses. So yeah, it's a good place to be. And Mark, you're new here, so I'm going to hold judgment, but I think at some point you may want to incorporate looking at a trend as part of your system. As have we all. Yeah, I mean, Mark, the way to use a system is based on statistics. So if you follow your system, whatever is giving you these signals, and consistently over time you win more than you lose, well, then just keep following it. That's what you should do. But there's always ways to make systems better, to get even better, trades out of it. And to me, the very first thing is don't fight a trend. The trend is your friend. You don't want to get in a fight with your friend. You want to go with your friend. So that's, to me, that's why I put up these things at the bottom of the screen. This is how I look at markets. If it's red down here, I do not go long. I only look for shorts. If it's green, I do not go short. I only look for longs. It's like, that's the way I look at markets. I start with the trend. Where is everybody else pushing the market? I'm going to go with them, not try to fight against them. Like I said, if we're going to get a V-shaped recovery from here, instead of trying to go long here when I have no idea if we're going to get it, I'd rather wait till we push above, come back down and find support. Then I have a much higher probability long here. Okay, that's way less risky than trying to guess that this thing is going to randomly reverse. And I don't care about losing from here to here. Who cares? I don't need that money. There's a ton of money to be made all the way up to here. So, but that's just how I look at things. My philosophy is, even as a day trader, you only need one good trade a day. Some traders, it's a probability thing. They keep entering, and they make more money that way. But just the way I trade, I wait until the opportunity is crystal clear. I know what I'm getting into. I know I have high probability of success. I know exactly how much I'm risking. Yeah, salmon, that's exactly right. Like, I've given up on trying to scalp. I don't do that anymore. It just doesn't match my personality. It's too stressful. In those ranges, do you anxious buy? No, that would be the point, right? That there is no, I'm not anxious. That I'm sitting here all day just calmly waiting for this resistance to break, for this downtrend to break. So when I get my signal, I get the cessation of one time framing. I know the downtrend is over. Now I just relax and wait for an entry to go long. The point is to not be anxious, but to be in control. That's the advantage that patience gives you. Okay, they're still holding up that trend in the ticks. But Mark, like I said, I'm not dissing on your system. If you take shorter little scalp trades and grab profits real quick, keep doing what you're doing. If it's making you money, keep doing it. I'm just giving my perspective on it. I just feel bad because like 4 times today you've been like, it's now or never. And then like you lose. And then it's like, it's now or never. And then you lose. So I just feel bad. tech's getting hammered. Let's take a look at the Q. Oh, yeah, they're back down to that balance area low. It's actually probably a bit lower on this chart. On the December, it's probably down here. Okay, so value on the NQ is now overlapping to lower. And they are still one time framing lower. So they are trending down as well. All right, so the first sign that the buyers are running out here, ticks are starting to break that trend up. Now they could just wick it and pull it right back up there, but seems like we need to head down and repair that poor low. All right, guys. Sorry, I got stuck on a phone call there for a minute. All right. So what is the market doing? It is continuing to trend lower, and we're starting to build a lot of volume and spend a lot of time below that 20 moving average. So again, as I mentioned earlier, if you look historically, there are times where the market pushes below the 20, but then it pulls back above that same day. So it's just a wick below the 20, and then it can rotate back up and start to trade higher. But every time the market closes below that 20, it instantly, within the next day or two, pushes down to the 50 moving average. So the more time that we spend below that 20 daily average, right, the more acceptance we get of prices below that 20 moving average, the more bearish it becomes looking forward. The ticks still don't look bad. They broke that uptrend, but then they wicked it. They pulled right back up. So it's not quite the end just yet. We also repaired the poor low, got good excess on the low and good taper. So there is a chance that they could push higher here and then start the rotation up. And of course, our signal will be the cessation of one time framing. So if the F period can get 2 ticks above the B period, which is right here at that 75.50 level, then the market will start its rotation. And we'll probably assume this is a good low for the time being. But if that F period cannot get above that E period, if the F period high cannot get above the E period high, the trend is likely to continue to the downside. Okay. The potential is there with the ticks. All the internals have reversed and started pushing higher. So the potential is there that this is short-term traders panicking into longer-term traders, buying it up. Cyworker says it's good for a push higher. We're almost there. Oh, 1 tick. All right. So that is the signal that the downtrend has come to an end. The psychology of the participants has changed, right? They're no longer fearful, and now they're ready for two-sided trade. Let's see if we pulled the value area lower. We did. Value is lower. So as far as taking trades here, I would be comfortable going long below the POC for a push higher, but then looking for resistance at the base of the single prints in the C period, and then the base of the single prints in the B period as potential shorts for a rotation back down to the POC. And obviously, if the market's going to have a massive V-shaped recovery, like I said, where it's going to turn around here and start to trade higher, we're going to need to close above that 20 moving average by the end of the day. Okay, so the first target to the upside is backfilling these single prints from the C period, and then seeing, do we find resistance at the base of those? Mackie Max, yes, that is one thing that's important to note. The 2 ticks equaling excess is only on the ES. Okay. Any other indice you're looking at, any individual stock, whatever commodity, you have to figure it out based on that individual commodity. The little bit that I've watched the NQ, it seems like I have the ticks in 2 tick increments here. And it seems like 2 ticks does work as excess as well. So that's actually 4 ticks is excess on the NQ. But I don't trade this all day, every day. I just glance at it from time to time. So if you're watching it all day, every day, you can probably get a better idea of what exactly equals excess. But the conceptual idea stays the same. Rob, are we going to clear single prints? Well, we're definitely going to backfill them. And then we wait and see, right? If when we get up to the base of the C period single prints, if the market just pushes right through it, no problem, then we monitor for continuation higher. Whoops. We then look for the next set of single prints. Does this backfill? You know, we are probably very highly going to get some resistance up here if we don't get it down here. Just because you got the half back there and you got that node of volume from the lower end of yesterday. So if this isn't resistance, likely this will be. But remember, the buyers who bought in down here are going to be stronger hands buyers. So they're not going to be instantly taking profits right away. They're going to be waiting for a much higher push before they start to take their profits. So as long as the ticks stay above the 0 line and there's more buyers, the market should just keep pushing up. Lahab, I don't look at VWAP, so I don't know where it is. All right, so we pushed through those first single prints, no problem. We're also coming right up against that 20 moving average, which might act as resistance. Yeah, so Mark, just to get back to what we were talking about earlier today. So your system kept giving you buy signals here, and then the market pulled back, and then buy signals, and then it pulled back, and then buy signals, and then it pulled back. But if you'd have waited until the cessation of one time framing, which happened right here, you could have got in at that exact same level with a much higher probability, which ended up working out. So again, not trying to tell you you're wrong, just trying to tell you how I think, how I look at markets. The better long was the patient, the waiting for it. Lahab breakout to the upside. Again, I see it as rotation, right? I don't necessarily see it as breakout yet. So what does that mean when I say rotation? Well, it means the market's going to push up and then find resistance somewhere and then pull back down. So is it going to find resistance here, or is it going to have to find resistance up here? I don't yet know. But I don't think it's just going to go straight up. I hear you, Mark. And that's why I said, like, if it's working for you, if you've been trading the system for a while and you continually make profits, then keep doing it. Just offering another perspective. The waiting is the hardest part. It's true. It's very true. Arthur, we're going to rip up at the close today so buyers can show sellers who's in charge this losing week. It's possible. It's a possible. Like I said, if they can close above that 20 moving average today, they can turn around and trade right back up. Mizu, Charles, how would the range from which a breakout would occur be defined? The recent X-day trading range? What would be the high and low of the range you are working with? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like for rotation intraday today? Or like stepping back and looking at the daily charts? So obviously the range on the daily charts, what is this? What is going on? Stop it. I must have hit a button. So obviously the range on the daily is the channel that you can see that it's been stuck in. So it's like, just look back at the channel, right? What happens when it finds support at the 20? It pushes back up to the top of the channel. 20 breaks, goes down to the 50, pushes back up to the top of the channel. comes down, finds support at the 20, pushes back up to the top of the channel. 20 breaks, goes down to the 50, turns around, pushes up to the top of the channel. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So if you're talking about on a longer term basis, the range is if we find support on the 20, we push back up to the top of the channel. If you're talking about intraday, that's where it gets trickier. But I would say value area is a really good target for the market to stay stuck in this area. So if it's able to get above value, you look for a short. I mean, I would look for a short here because of this node of volume, half back as well, and the base of the single prints. So that would be a short potential for me to come back down here. But there's also the chance we just grind. Like we might just kind of grind around in here and go nowhere. But whether we're going to continue to push higher and get back up to where we opened this morning, that does not seem like a high probability to me. With value completely lower like this, I don't think we're going to get back up to the opening price. But we'll see. Never say never. They do love a V-shape. The market is rotational. When does it stop being rotational? Yeah, again, that's on a normal day, that's very easy to say. You just look at the high of the initial balance, right? So you would say like, if it gets above the A period high and it continues, it's no longer rotational. But obviously today that you can't do that. It's too big of a range. So I would say, let's call it this node of volume right here. If we can get above this, then I'll consider it just trending higher. But I think we're going to find some resistance and rotate back down. And another thing is like normally on a rotational day, I wouldn't go long above value, but I would have today. We got above the POC. We got the cessation 2 ticks above the POC and had spent so much time and built so much support in here. Had the trending higher ticks, trending higher on all the internals. So this would be a day where I would, I wouldn't sweat going long above because there's so much range for it to travel. But I probably would have taken profit on that long at the B period single prints. And now I'd be looking for the short. Jim asks, what's the 20-day moving average? Well, it's kind of weird because, so I've got the ES where they combined all the contracts together. That has it sitting at basically right where we are at like 44.82. But then if you look at just the contract that we're on today, it's down at 44.73. So depending on which you're looking at, we're either right at it now or we're just above it. But as I've said, I always trade whatever contract I'm watching. So for me, I would look at this one here as being the 20 to trade. And right now we're above it. Okay, getting a little resistance off the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. Both indices. Jitten, if you look at the daily candles, we've been one time framing lower pretty much. One time framing lower every day. Pretty bearish overall. Yeah, but again, what happens in the past when we do that? Right? Sometimes we get to the 20, we find support and we turn around and go back up. So as long as we can close above it, we can do that. And technically, we didn't one time frame yesterday because yesterday's high got above the previous day's high. Yesterday completely engulfed the previous day. Mizu 1, if the market is in rotation, it is bound by range implicitly? No, not at all. When the market goes rotational, it can break out of that rotation and continue one direction or another at any point. It's just a matter of probabilities. You know what I mean? What is it most likely to do? It's most likely to find resistance and then rotate back down to the POC. But it doesn't have to do that. It can keep trading higher the rest of the day. Yeah, Mizu, I answered that question. When does it stop being rotational? Again, what you have to understand is today's not a normal day, okay? How many times have you seen the market do what it did this morning? Very, very few. So you can't look at today the same way you look at a normal average day in the market. On a normal average day in the market, if it's going to go rotational, you use the high of the day, right? You use the A period high as the potential breakout. So you assume rotation until it gets up to this level, pushes above, pulls back down, finds support, brings in volume. That's the signal that the rotation is over. Okay? But today, this one particular day that we happen to be in right now, you can't use that level because it's way too far away. So I am going to choose to use this level here, which is the value area high. It's the base of the single prints, it's the halfback, and it's the node of volume from yesterday, right? So I'm going to choose to use that. So if the market trades up to here and it pushes above and it comes back down and it finds support and it brings in volume, then I'll assume that the market is no longer rotational and I will switch this from being gray to green and it will say feeling bullish. But until then, I'm going to assume rotation. I'm going to assume that when it gets up here, it'll find resistance and trade back down. But I can't tell you in the future how to know this stuff. It's just I can only look at what's happening right now today and tell you for today. Man, the chat is on fire. I can't keep up. Mizu, as far as like which contract matters, it doesn't matter. If I switched over right now, the other contract would look exactly the same. The price level would be in a different place, but the movement of it would be exactly the same. If this market moves one tick higher, the other market's going to move one tick higher, and vice versa. Mizu, Charles, stop. I'm just trying to catch up, man. Catch up with these comments. Well, there you go, Mark. System working for you? Keep doing it. Arthur, trend went from red to green. I mean, I don't know. You got couple green candlesticks here, but still just feels like rotation to me. The trend definitely changed in the ticks. We definitely reached a point where the fear stopped and the stronger hands buyers started stepping in and slowly building their positions. I mean, you can see it on all of them. Very clear. All right, we just pulled the POC higher, which is very bullish to see. So now we're on our rotational trades. That becomes the target, right? If we find resistance up here, we're only looking to get back down to here instead of all the way down to the lower level. Aaron, happy to have you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jitten, it's always weird when the levels don't line up those first few days. But it works itself out. By, a couple days into next week, everything will be based on these levels. I've always wondered why they don't correct that with the arbitrage. Why they don't keep the price levels exactly the same? Same thing with the SPX. It's usually off by like a few bucks, by like $5 to $10. I never understood why they don't level it out, but they arbitrage based on movement, not based on price level. Yes, Salmon River. I prefer Monsieur. Monsieur Pirate. Ticks are looking good, staying above the zero line. More buyers stepping in. Push through that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles on both indices, which is bullish. Passing through them down and up is a sign of rotation. Oh, there you go, donkey. But by expiration, it's such thin volume.
1 minute. 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 1 min
Monsignor Pirate. Apple's taking a dive. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Although it was already kind of down here earlier today, wasn't it? But yeah, it's a big red candle on the daily. I saw a crazy chart the other day that showed that like the market cap of Apple is now bigger than like every other what was the term? Not tech stocks, but I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, when it's like a really exciting company that has potential to blow up and become really, really big. Man, why am I brain farting on the name? Anyway, it like compared it, and it's like insane to see that this one company is worth more than like thousands of other companies combined. The market cap is getting huge on Apple. Trading donkey. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. But then does that mean I was wrong when I called the trend in the A period? I mean, the market fell all the way down to here. And then we got the cessation. And then the minute we got the cessation and I called for rotation, we rotated right back up. We can't both be right. Now, it'd be more like Salmon River. It'd be more like if the market cap of Uber was bigger than every car company on planet Earth combined. That's when you know it's way overvalued. That is true, Mark. The market is always right. It can't be wrong. Only our analysis of it. All right, guys. Well, just as a reminder to what I said down here when we got the cessation of one time framing, I said we're almost certainly going to backfill the first set of single prints. If we don't find resistance there that causes a rotation back down, we'll push up and backfill the second set of single prints. But there's a lot of resistance in this area. Okay, you got the node of volume, you got the base of the single prints. A base of single prints down is resistance. Okay, so you got resistance there. You also got the half back right here. So there's a lot of resistance up here, and I would not be surprised if we rotate back down to the POC. However, if not, if that's what should happen, so when that doesn't happen, when what should happen doesn't, we look for continuation to the upside, right? Does it push above this level, come back down, find support, bring in a bunch of volume here with the ticks trending higher, and then you get the breakout. But until you get that, you assume rotation back to the POC. Less fuel, bulls could pop this up above 99. They got a lot of resistance to work through first, but yeah, it's possible. If they can get above this node of volume here, like I said, and then come back in and find support. So they push above here, they come back in, and then they find support in here. They could take it all the way, baby. There's no limit to how high they could push it. But I do think there's going to be a lot of resistance waiting in here. So I certainly wouldn't go long until that was confirmed. And honestly would be looking for a short for a rotation back to the POC, as that seems like a higher probability. They do have the ticks, though. They do have the internals across the board. The momentum has shifted to the bulls. They just have a lot of work to do to get through this. Man, Jitten, you're so quick with those responses. Yep, POC pulled higher. Slightly bullish signal here. And a further sign of rotation. Matt, happy to have you, brother. Feel free to ask any questions if there's something you're confused about. Always happy to share. Mark, that's great to hear, man. Doubled your weekly profits, and you can sleep well at night because you know you had to work for it. You know it wasn't easy. And that's great. You followed your system and it worked. If you combine the last 2 weeks, I don't even know if I have a full 2 weeks available on my charts. Oh, yeah, I see that. Design knob. How'd you lose 17-year lifespan? I thought you were just on buy every dip. Would have been a great one for today. Could have bought that B period dip. Could have bought that C period dip, that D period dip, that E period dip. Dip, 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 dip. Yeah, no, it was crazy. Particularly when it first, you guys remember when it like first pushed below here in the C period, and we just had that like insane volatility where it was like jumping up and down. That's a trader's nightmare right there. That is stressful. Looks like both markets, well, the ES didn't quite get down there, but both markets finding support now on that 20 moving average. So that's another slightly bullish signal. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, I've it's such a fine line that I'm trying to learn to get better at, where like I want to give people advice that can help them, but I don't want them to think that what they're doing is wrong. So I always try to say like, but if your system has consistency, if it works, stick to it. Don't listen to me. But just if you're somebody who's looking to make your system better, here are some ideas. Like I said, you could have this morning skipped all those small losses by just waiting for the trend to break and still got your big back up the boat trade. So that's all I meant. But like I said, if day in and day out your system prints money, keep doing it. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody. because everybody's different. All right, Mark. Have a good weekend, man. Enjoy the fishing. We'll see you probably on Wednesday. Yeah, Catherine. I'm going back to my mom's today, or tomorrow to get all my stuff. So I'll be driving back Monday and Tuesday. So the live streams will begin again on Wednesday. But of course, get on into that Discord and hang out with the others, and they'll be happy to share their insights. I need an RV and a cooler. Now I'll be driving my Jeep back. The good old Jeep Commander. Don't know if I'm going to keep it here once I get it back to New York. We'll see what the parking is like. But, yep. At least I'll have my transportation. Yeah, I could do that. Could get the RV and tow the Jeep. I'm not really much of like a scenic road tripper. I've driven across country so many times in my life. I don't ever like stop and enjoy it. I'm like one of those people. I just drive. I only stop for gas and to go to the bathroom. Like other than that, I just drive until I need sleep. And then I stop at the cheapest motel, catch a few hours, and I'm back on the road. On the road again. Bum, 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 bum. All right, well, they're pushing through the 20 moving average on the 50-minute candles here, but that's not too big of a surprise. On a rotational day, you often push back and forth through it. So if we do get a push lower here in the H period, we should find support in this node of volume down here, somewhere around 78 to 76. And then look for a rotation back up. If not, if we don't find support there, and we start to get back below that 20 moving average again, that gets scary once again. Because like I said, really all that matters now is, will the daily candle close above or below that 20? That's the thing. Right? It's does this daily candle close above or below that will lead to further upside or downside continuation. So we should hope that on a pullback here, we find support above that 20. Solid joke, Donkey. Sounds like my internals. Weak eye low and weak eye high. So Amir, if there's an option to go short here, where would be the best entry? In my opinion, there is not an option to go short here. The short would have been up here, right? As the market was getting resistance, that would have been the short for the push back to the POC. But once you get back to the POC, that's the fairest price to do business. The market can go either direction, right? It kind of starts the two-way auction again. So to me, there's a 50-50 probability it goes up or down from here. So I wouldn't go short here. What I would instead do, if it does fall, is I would wait for the support, right? And then go long for the trade back up, or wait for it to push higher, find resistance again, and then go short for the trade back down. But I wouldn't enter a trade at the POC. Of course, that's just the way I trade. The donkey giveth and the donkey taketh away. You want a recipe? Here you go. Not anymore. Hope you wrote it down. Adam, ahoy to you. You started trading the micros. Happy to have you. Welcome to the community. Futures traders for life. You saw a nice return overnight. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Got to keep it going. Got to get another nice return. Well, I guess not tomorrow night, but next week. Arthur, is your question for me? I don't remember mentioning piling on. 3 thumbs down. Oh, no. Oh, well. Reminds you of that Mitch Hedberg joke. You can't please all the people all the time. And last night, all those people were at my show. That's another good one. Or the one about a baked potato. He's like, I love a baked potato, but they take so long to make. Sometimes I just throw in a baked potato because by the time it's ready, who knows? Am is in the house being quiet today, brother. Good to see you. Okay, so once again, if we do get a little pullback here, it's probably just normal rotation. We should find support somewhere in this node of volume around the overnight low and rotate back up. Getting below that 20 daily would be a little more bearish. Yeah, it's the December contract. Z's. It's the Z. Bob, thank you for saying so. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do the best I can. Disney's doing just fine. I assume I assume that means it's selling. You're finally getting your puts paid for. Oh boy. This is bad for you, right? You're just getting time decay? Okay, so once again, guys, on this rotation down, start looking for support in here. We want to stay above that 20. If so, rotate back up. Bada boom. Blaze, yeah, it's TPOs for the value area and time for the POC. RK, you're on the wrong end of that trade. Donkey is a buyer of feet picks, not a seller. Yeah, so I have my chart split out into two separate profiles. The one that's like the blue and purplish colored one, that is the regular trading hours. So it's just 9:30 Eastern to 4 p.m. And then the rest of the time I have in an overnight profile, which is the lighter blue looking one. Obviously, we have a market profile aficionado here. Welcome. Still feels like rotation to me, guys. So support above this 20 is buyable for rotation back to the POC. Jonathan, good day. What does YYKM mean? Is this some cool code that the kids use that I'm not aware of? Oh, yeah, you know me. Shit, I should have seen that. I'm so sorry. That was a failure on my part. It's just, to be fair, I've said POC like 800 times today. And that's the first time I got a response. Of course, Jonathan, you keep it alive every time you rock that t-shirt. Every single day you're walking around, you're going to the grocery store, you're at the gym on your treadmill, you're out in wine country testing wine, you're wearing that t-shirt. You're keeping it alive. Okay, well, we cheated. We just pulled the POC a few ticks lower, but we rotated back up to the POC. So now that two-way auction process starts all over again. They can take it back up or they can pull it back down. For those of you that are new to the channel, a week reference is when one of the TPOs, one of these 30-minute periods, comes within a single tick of another one. It has to stay 2 ticks away to be a good low. And it just slightly increases the odds that the market will trade back down there and get a few ticks below it. What's the advantage of buying them out of the money instead of in the money? much smaller entry cost. Yeah, Jonathan, I'm on the December contract right now. Yeah, like I said, to me, if we close the day below that 20 moving average on the daily, that would be no bueno. Just because historically, when you close below the 20, you head down to the 50 very, very quickly. But right now, they're holding up. And in the past, when you've wicked, when you've just barely passed below it, like here, you can get another rotation up, another push to new all-time highs. But yeah, there's a lot riding on staying above that level for the rest of the day. So, Donkey, are you buying your puts on the futures contract or on the SPX? Word. All right, side worker. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Good for you. What resources do the options traders in the rooms recommend for somebody who wants to learn it? What's a good starting point? Is there a book? Is there a YouTube channel? Is there an educational resource that you would recommend? Okay, so once again, the internals still just feel rotational, so I'd be looking for support. Same as with the I period, I'd be looking for support in here as long as we stay above that 20 daily for another rotation back up. So far, the buyers here have been weak hands buyers. So we need to get a few ticks below this I period low, but that should start to bring in some support. Tasty trade. There you go. Well, there you go. Multiple people recommending Tasty. That must be a good starting point. Is there stuff free, or do you have to pay for like a course? Dope. Well, there you go. Well, thank you guys. Lots of great resources there. I should have started a thread in the Discord. But okay, so we're falling into this volume node here from this morning where we would hope to find support if we're going to get a rotation back up. And we're looking at the ticks. Nothing too bearish here. So we should be okay. But like I said, if we start to pull below this 20 on the daily, right, we start to creep below that red line right there, that's where things get bearish. And then we stop thinking we're going to rotate back up and we start looking for continuation to the downside. Watching it push down to this moving average reminds me of like the Jaws music. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Rob, yeah, for the internals, I learned them from Shadow Trader, the YouTube channel. You can just like type into YouTube Shadow Trader internals, and there'll be a few like hour-long lessons where he talks about it. Okay, so the buyers are stepping in here. We're getting support. They get above that 0 line on the ticks. We'll probably get that rotation back up. Yeah, Rob. And I don't exactly look at internals the same way that Peter does. I kind of started with his way of looking at it and then I developed my own systems. Um, so basically, the way that I look at the internals is like this: the breadth, which is up here in the top left, I don't really pay much attention to unless it's doing something really funky, right? Like here earlier today, where it was trading higher and then we had this big candle. That's like something that would catch my eye as like a change in the trend, right? But otherwise, I don't pay a lot of attention to the breadth. It's just kind of like the least important, in my opinion, of the four internals that I have up here. And then the advancers versus decliners, I'm of course looking at the ones that are just for the S&P stocks. But even if you do the larger market, it's pretty much the same. So again, I'm looking for, is it above or below the zero line, right? A little more bullish if it's above, bearish if it's below. And obviously if it's way above or way below, that is, way bearish or bullish. I look again for trends. Is it pushing a certain direction? That's telling me that the market is probably going to move in that direction. And then my favorite thing to get, you don't get it that often, but sometimes you get it with the advancers versus decliners, is what Peter calls getting it pegged. So say the market opens up here like it did this morning, but then it doesn't fall. It just kind of stays around here throughout the day. If you start to see that, it is almost always a buy every dip, sell every rally type of trend day, where the market will just keep going all day long as that advancer stays pegged up there. And then obviously the opposite, if it's pegged down here, you're going to want to sell on the way down, right? But both of those, the breadth and the advancers versus decliners, I don't pay a ton of attention to. It's just a quick glance, get an idea of what's going on. But the ticks I pay pretty close attention to because they give you as close to a real time signal as you can get. You know what I mean? You can literally watch buyers coming into the market or sellers coming into the market on here. And so same as the others, I'm looking, is it above or below the zero line? If it's above, it's bullish. Below, it's bearish. And then I'm looking for trends. And in particular, when trends break. So this was like a fake out here. But like as we were making these higher lows, as the market. Let me get back to this chart. So we were making those higher lows on the ticks as we were grinding lower in here, right? It was like C period, D period, E period. So the market was pushing lower, but the ticks were trending higher. And that's kind of a sign that the momentum is shifting, that more and more people, every 15 minutes, more and more buyers are choosing to participate in the market. So that's something I look for. And then when I see what we're seeing right here, where they're all kind of flat right around the zero line, just kind of bouncing up and down, that is a sign of rotation, right? There's no overwhelming bullishness or bearishness in the market. It's just short-term traders picking each other's pockets, making guesses as to where the market's going to go. But honestly, they are really just one of those things. You got to keep looking at them every day. Keep, coming up with an idea in your head of what you think is happening, depending on what you see there, and then watch how it plays out. And the more time you look at it, when I first started looking at internals, I thought they were a waste of time. It took me a really long time before I started to be able to read them. And another tricky thing about them is they're not always perfectly right. There are days where the internals look like something is going on and the market does something totally different. So you kind of always take them with a grain of salt as well. Okay, we're creeping below. See, there you go. Now the ticks are starting to get a little more violent, right? They're not just sitting around that zero line. We're starting to trend down. And we're getting back below that 20. So things are starting to build some bearish momentum here. Yeah, Rob Farley. Size is such a big deal, man. And it goes both ways, too. It's like trading with smaller size when you have less certainty, but then also learning to size up in a trade that you have a lot of confidence in. That's sort of like a magic trick. If you normally only trade one or two contracts, and then you see a trade that's like really high probability, great risk reward, and you go in for like 4 or 5 contracts, you can just really get your P&L going. But it takes discipline. Donkey. Size does matter. All right, I'm going back to neutral. I'm not quite bearish yet, but I'm losing sense that we're going to get a rotation back up here. I'm worried we're going to have to grind around in here again. Jesus, Donkey. You owe RK Leon a beer. You owe her a 6-pack. All right, guys, things are feeling more and more bearish to me. I think if the lower end of this node right here around 70 doesn't hold, I think we could just grind around here for a little bit, but if that breaks, going downtown, I think we get a little bit of a further push lower. We do have good taper and good excess at the low, so we might be okay to just grind around here. Yeah, another H. Lots of those lately, huh? Design knob, yeah, then we skyrocket. Yeah, if we can get back above this node here, I'd go back to assuming we're going to rotate up to the POC. But I just don't like the way the tick started to get more and more bearish the more time we spent down here. Started trending lower. Me no likey. Filling out the B-shaped profile. It's a big B, but you're right, it is a B shape. It's a very big B. So B shape is a sign more of long liquidation than necessarily new money selling. Like I said this morning, I think a lot of this single prints that we have up here from the A period was just the amount of people in the overnight that went long. So the overnight opened here, traded lower, built in tons of support, tons of buyers in here, and then just went straight up for the rest of the night. So there was a lot of longs in that market, and they got nothing for it. The market only pushed higher for like 2 minutes, and then we started to sell off. So I think a lot of that was just the squeeze, hence why we're seeing that B shape. It's called Iowa City. They named the city Iowa City. Boy, they went all out with that name. So, Rob, the question is, are you going to re-up on that license, or are you going to drop them and build a new system from scratch? Better than cornucopia. But Kansas City's not in Kansas, right? Or is it? Yeah, I think that's a dumb name too. I also hate all the news. Like New York. There you go. Salmon River brought it up. Yeah, it's just like, where are you guys from? We're from York City. Cool. Let's call this New York City. Yeah, Kansas City, Mass is fine. Kansas City, Kansas is not. It's like you had one job, name the city. Oh boy, you guys are getting really upset about this. Guys, it was just a joke. Take it easy. Your cities can be called whatever they want. I don't care. Uh-oh, I set off design knob. He's going to go find a deer with T-Rex hands and a gun to come after me. Now, Cumming, Georgia, that is a great name. Again, Santa Claus, Indiana. I love it. Brilliant. There's a Hell, Michigan. That's one of my favorite. New pirate traders. Yeah, somebody else starts a YouTube channel and calls it New Pirate Traders. There's a Toadsuck, Arkansas? Wow. Weed, California is brilliant. There's a Ding Dong, Texas? What? See, these people, they really put in an effort. Alexander's long, long, long. Yeah, we're getting back above that 20. Those ticks are recovering. Could get that rotation back up to the POC. Like I said, I won't be sold till we get above this node right here. I still think we're just grinding around. Gaylordsville, but that would have been the name Gaylord. Unalaska, Alaska. Again, I like that. They at least put in some effort. Yeah, I wish I had a good De Niro impression. Your name is Gaylord Facker? Jonathan. That sounds about right. The biggest diss in Canada was calling somebody a Gaylord. We had slightly more brutal terms for each other when I was a kid here in the States. Donkey loves Bob Loblaw's law firm's law blog. Alexander, it's my pleasure, brother. And of course, for the low, low price of just $10 a month, you can watch the stream all day, every day. Link in the bio. Cheaper and more profitable than Netflix? I wish. I wonder if Netflix is profitable. Does anybody know that off the top of their heads? Is Netflix profitable yet? Probably not. They just spent $100 million on what's his name, on 007 salary for Knives Out 2. So I don't think they're profitable yet. They are profitable. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, that's pretty good. 700 million? They dish out so much to buy content. It's crazy. I got you, Design Nom. This summer in theaters, they thought they were pirates. They ruled the trading seas until one day, you'll never guess. Pirate Traders, the documentary. The documentary. Well played. Brian Charles, played by Will Arnett. I would love it. Nothing would make me happier. Messed up, weird Chandler. Uh, market seems to be stuck. Malcolm, lots of volume in here. Wonder who folds their hands in the first out or first in the last hour. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's starting to feel like if they get below here, they're going down. If they get above here, they're going up. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it. Stuck in the middle with you. Yeah, Ronald, we did get a rotation back up. We just only really got up to almost the base of those single prints. But that was to be expected. So we got a rotation up and then we rotated back down. Now we're kind of just grinding around in here, stuck in this node of volume. I remain bearish over the longer term if we can't get above this daily by the end of the day, whether we pull back further or not. Yeah, Ronald, well, we're in the last hour now. But yeah, I don't know if it's a matter of time and more a matter of support. When the volume starts to fade off here, there's less and less buyers waiting. So eventually they just, boop, give up. Arthur to close above the 20. Where would the ES have to be at? It hasn't really moved today, so it's still at like 73. Oh, maybe it has moved down a little bit. Yeah, so pretty much above 73, I would say. Say, yeah, 73.50. But man, it's really holding on for bare life right now. You start to squeeze out some of these longs that have been building in here, and you start to drop very quickly. Well, Donkey's going to hate this, but I'm feeling bearish here. They're going to start to bring in more fear, more panic here at the end of the day. And they're going to squeeze some of these longs. Alexander, thanks for stopping by, brother. We'll catch you next time. Jitten, you think it's been bearish for some time? I don't know. I mean, I saw getting back down. What I predicted would happen was that my assumption was these buyers in here this morning were really strong hands buyers. So my thought was when the J period traded down into here, it wouldn't need to spend much time and it could just rotate right back up. So since we spent all this time grinding in here and here, that changes my thesis to think maybe these aren't as strong of hands as I thought. And that way they can be shook out of their trades. Oh, bye. Okay, poor low. Should get a little bit of a push away on the poor low. An immediate repair would be more bearish, which is what we just got. Okay, so far it's feeling a little bit liquidation breaky. So that's more of the short covering. I'm sorry, long liquidation than new money selling. Jitten sees 65 and a rotation back up. The only problem is it's so late in the day. You know? If you're buying right now, you're confident that the market's going to stay up higher over the weekend. When the weaker hands traders are participating in the market. That's a poor low. Did the shadow just call it as a target or as a support? Anna says that 63 is the reversal. So, of course, the question was, that was a little bit of a squeeze that pushed us down to there. So do we start to bring in volume here? Do the sellers start to pile on? Do we see that in the ticks? So far, no, we don't. So it may have just been a squeeze, a long liquidation. All right, Ronald. Good for you, brother. That's a great trade. You love this room. This room loves you. Jit and 50 if something doesn't change. Yeah, the sellers are piling on here. They're not bringing in a ton of volume, though. What is the finishing of the H pattern? Just breaking below the bottom part of the H? All right, well, volume's still very thin in here, so whilst there are sellers, they're not really piling on that hard. They're not putting much behind it. So it's probably more of the longs just getting squeezed, necessarily the new sellers piling on here. What's the stupidest thing the market could do next week? Probably bounce around between the 20 and 50. Normally it doesn't spend much time in there at all. Straight down, straight back up. So it would be a surprise to me. Here's an example of it bouncing between. All right, well, here's the M period. Pour low. Often you get a push away from a pour low. You also have single prints to backfill. But if it immediately repairs it, that's a more bearish scenario. Okay, so there you go. That's the repair. Anybody want to make a guess for where the market's going to close? A few minutes. Yes. I guess Donkey's calling for above 44.80. You'd need the murder bot for that. For sure. I don't think we're getting back up there. Oh, shit. It's the other contract. Oh, yeah. That's still under the 20. Okay, Jang is seeing 44.50. So another pull down a little bit lower. Les Fuels seeing 67. So push back up to the base of those single prints. Donkey's guessing 73 on the Z. Rad is seeing 44.70. So again, just pushing back up into value here. Annis is seeing 80 to 85. So a couple opinions for up, a couple opinions for down. Nobody seems to be seeing an end of the world spike to the downside. I don't see that in the volume either. Asif seeing 72. So again, push back up into value, but below that 20 daily. Design Knob seeing 55, so he wants that pullback. As does Arcaleon, 51. Okay, a couple people looking for that spike down. Rob is seeing 75. And Am is seeing 51. So another person for that spike down. Great, we're like 50-50. This will be interesting. Arthur seeing 65, just a little bit above where we are now. Rob, that's why they call us traders. Yeah, one thing we've noticed in this room, though, is if we're all on the same page, it does the opposite. If, like, everybody thinks it's going to go down, it goes up. So it's nice to see 50-50 because you know at least half of them are going to be right. Arthur, why is the market so bearish? I mean, my friend, I can't answer that question. There's a lot of participants and they all have their own reason. Mine is quite simply that daily moving average, right? I've been talking about it till the cows come home. That if we close the day below it, we're likely to push down to the 50. Doesn't have anything to do with fundamentals. Doesn't have anything to do with COVID. Doesn't have anything to do with anything. Just that every time it's happened in the past, that's what the market does. Not every time, but most of the time. So for me, it's just a probability play. Yeah, but we haven't had much of a murder bot recently. It's really been kind of boring. It just tends to rotate around wherever it is when the last 10 minutes kicks in. What's my take on Bitcoin? What's it doing today? Let's pop up and look. Ooh, is it pulling back? Yeah, see, that's not good. That's bearish. Well, this is the futures. Let me look at the actual Bitcoin. Yep, that's not good. My sort of secret to Bitcoin is watching for higher lows on the daily. As long as it keeps making higher lows in the daily, it'll tend to keep trending. This didn't matter to me at all. This was just sell the news, panic type of sell-off. But I was kind of waiting to see, assuming we'd make higher lows for a few days and then even step back into the trade for further upside continuation. But now we're making lower highs and lower lows. So that's bearish to me. How much of a sell-off it'll have? Probably not much. I would say a good buying point would be like 42. Maybe 40. Yeah, 40 will be good, strong support. Ronald's guessing 50 on the Z contract, a little bit lower. It's a bit funky now because these numbers are from the U contract, but we do still have this big-ass gap that never got filled. So pulling back down to that 50 moving average will perfectly fill that gap. Doesn't have to happen today, but worth noting for next week. Arthur, wow, Bitcoin going lower? Yeah, why not? It's been on a bull run for a long time. It's one of those things you can always, it sounds like a silly joke, but you can always tell that Bitcoin's going to have a pullback when like everyone's buying it and talking about it. I went on a date with a girl a couple nights ago who was like, yeah, I just bought my first Bitcoin. I just opened my Coinbase account today. I was like, oh boy, that's not good. Gonna have to squeeze her out. Just a date, Jeff. Ain't no girlfriend tying me down. I'm a single man in the city now. Man, well, again, still very thin volume, but they are pushing. Any buyers that were left in the market are getting squeezed. Yep, Jeff. No, like you're joking. That's literally what I thought. I was like, yikes. I do not want to hear this. She was like, she's never like invested before in anything. I was like, oh no, this is bad. Rebounding pretty fast. I took a couple weeks off. I took a little break. I'm definitely not looking to get in a relationship again anytime soon. Mark, is there a bottom that I'm looking for? Not really. Again, I just kind of keep mentioning that we don't spend much time in between the 20 and the 50. Right? Look at the past. Break the 20, you're instantly on the 50 that same day. Here, break the 20, the next day, you're at the 50. Here, break the 20, 50, same day. Here, break it next day. So we don't spend much time messing around in here. Generally, once you break that 20, you're going down. Why? Because the short-term traders, the stonk traders, the buy every dip traders, they start to panic like a MFer. And the strong hands traders, they're patient. So they'll wait for that better entry. So to me, I would say by Monday, we'll be down here. That's what it's looking like. Could be wrong. Eight minutes to Murderbot. If anything's got the power to reverse this and try to get back up here and backfill these single prints, it would be the Murderbot. Hammond River. She wants to know if I got to second base. A gentleman never tells. Ooh, I know, Donkey. Fuck, that one's intense. Can you imagine if you'd gone short a futures contract up here and just held it all day? I mean, how you would have in this pullback, I don't know. But, man, if you went short up in here, you can make a month's worth of profits in a day. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Yeah, Brian. Unfortunately, if you're going to be a bear, you have to have great timing. The market is inherently long. So if you're gonna make your money shorting it, you got to get the timing just right. Jonathan, there was a guy in your group with 300 million in Bitcoin at 12K. Yeah, I mean, imagine like what are those brothers called? The two who own Gemini. Can you imagine how much their Bitcoin is worth? Winklevoss, thank you. Yeah, I mean, they're easily sitting on over $1 billion right now. Must be. Salmon River, you're not even going to wait for the murder bot? We got 2 minutes, man. All right, good to see you. We'll catch you next week. Like I said, I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. All right, we're getting our first little note of volume here. Is it buyers or sellers? Ooh, it's buyers starting to step in. Okay. Jang, you too, brother. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you next week. You guys obviously aren't as big of market profile nerds as me. I gotta. Okay, Murderbot. I gotta see what Murderbot does. Murderbot, Murderbot. All right, Ann, we'll catch you next week. Thanks for stopping by. Use the Batman too. I'm trying to remember that. Batman. Yeah. Murderbot. Design Knob was hoping for a quick bounce on Murderbot. Yeah, Murderbot is not giving anything up right now. Murderbot knows where the market wants to go. Wants to go to the 50, where the strong hands will wait. Correct, Jeff. I'll be back on Wednesday. Kevin, you think it's going to the 50? I definitely do. Not today, obviously, but by Monday or Tuesday, for sure. Yeah, Jonathan, I got to go to my mom's place this weekend, pick up all my stuff and bring it back. So I won't be back to live streaming until probably Wednesday. You all finally found my U-Box and delivered it. Took them over a month. Yuck. If it drops through 45, it might hit 25. Yep. That's where I think it's going. 25. Again, not now, but you know, something like this. Boom. Then the next day we get down there. Like this. Boom. And then the next day we get down there. You've been in what trade since August 23rd? I hope you don't mean you've been in a short since August 23rd. You got a good breakout there. Came back in, found support. Fausto, what's the debacle, bro? Today wipes you out. How did that happen, man? Kevin, you've been in a short since then? Whew. You must have been feeling the heat this whole time when it was like right up against that trend line ready to break out. Feeling that heat. At least you're getting paid now. Another bad day for Amir. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, Fausto, I mean, you and I have had this talk so many times before, you know. My suggestion, as always, is to paper trade until you have a win rate consistent for a few months. Then start with the real capital. And of course, always put in a stop where you can't lose so much you get flustered. Right? Position sizing and stops to protect you. But I know right now you don't want to hear any of that. Right now you're just like, fuck trading, fuck the world. And I totally get that. All right, guys. Well, what a day that turned out to be. One for the books. Value is lower. I do think we're heading down to that 50. Yeah, Fausto. I mean, nothing wrong with taking a break for a while. Coming back, in a few months or something, or switching to paper trading, or maybe more than a few days. But anyway, guys, I'm happy for all the people that printed some money today. I'm sorry for all the people that lost it. It's a tough day. Mark, thank you so much. Hit that like button. Appreciate you. And all right, guys. Well, I am off, like I said, for like a 4-day weekend. Be back on Wednesday, and I look forward to seeing you all then. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.